Up to YouTube. And yeah, how's everyone doing? All right, we are live on the YouTube. Let me say what we're doing today for the VOD, and then we will get into things. Our plan today, we started out building the controller for lens results, and we're getting there. But we also realized that we needed the org ID in our lens endpoints just for, data security. So we're doing that. We refactored the things, but we haven't fully tested yet. So we need to fully test that and, keep working. So yeah, working on this controller. We made some progress, but we did a bunch of ranting yesterday, and it was super fun. So let's continue doing what we're doing. Let me switch the right scene here. And what's up, Noah? How you doing? You're reading about Lua. Yeah, the history of Lua is pretty cool. Nice, Noah. So then, Simman, you're a little annoyed with one of your projects. It seems fine on Windows, but on Linux doesn't seem to find the .env file or read it or whatever. Annoys you a lot as it works flawlessly on Windows. That's interesting. What language and library? $65 stream streak. Nice. So you're using Express and JS. And what library are you using for the env file stuff? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's tricky. I mean, you can always do the, source.env and, like, node index.js or whatever. It's a hack, but it works. Just remember that that would be available to any script that you run after that in that same terminal session, though. Just keep that in mind. What does that part do there, Brainless? Interesting. Okay. I don't know if I was aware of automatic export. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Might even make sense to put it in like a bash file. That way you don't have to remember all that. But you could probably also do it as like a npm script. You use Atsuin, so it's just the autocomplete history. Sure. Oh boy. Okay, so we don't have an update at least. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. So wait, why are we not getting any errors reported in this file? Well, that might be part of that. There we go. All right, so that should clear that up. And we're able to fetch. Perfect. Yep, and none of those actually exist. So we got to create those methods. But then, what is up in here? Okay, cool. So yeah, now we go to keywords here. Okay, so then it's just create keyword lens result. But yeah, we're not going to use all this because org ID doesn't get on there. But let me get another album going. What's up, Mr. Situation X? Sure, thank you. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Uh-huh. And why is that, Mr. Situation X? Because I'm pretty sure you're the same troll that I think you are, right? Because this is exactly what that same troll would be doing right now. Maybe you are. Yeah, you definitely are, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna say no thanks. I don't know, man, but I don't like dealing with your bullshit. So, no thank you. What's up? How you doing, Kenny? Dude, some people just don't know how to behave, right? They don't know how to, like, be someone worth talking to on the internet. Super weird, man. No, it's not even that. I've given way too much tolerance. It's not zero tolerance. This person has been harassing us for a long fucking time, and they are unhinged. And this is probably maybe their fifth or sixth account. Yeah. They are full on unhinged. Is what it is. It's the internet. Someone's ability to type in chat does not make them intelligent. And yes, I'm adapting that quote from Star Wars. Right? When he's talking about Jar Jar. Yeah, exactly. People are weird, man. But we got enough cool people here that it offsets the weirdos. So I appreciate that. Oh, this is interesting. I found this yesterday that I wanted to show off. Stacktower.io. Yeah, I wanted to show this off real quick. I thought it was pretty cool. So, someone decided to basically take the XKCD, cartoon, and then start building their own like dependency graphs from or start building images from dependency graphs. So you can see, in this example, oh, hold on, maybe that's not what I'm looking for. Let's look at the gallery, right? So if you're looking at OpenAI's clean modern Python client, you'll see that any IO actually this whole thing is using a bunch of stuff from one person. So they are the one guy in Nebraska. This is actually kind of fun. All right, so if we're looking at node packages, right, Cindersaurus is definitely the random guy in Nebraska who all of our internet depends on. Oh, and it's all clickable too. Nifty. So then, yeah, Mongoose. Ooh, what's this? So yeah, Memory Pager is like the one guy in Nebraska library. Yes, JS DOM is maintained by just one person. Oh, no, I see. TR46 is a JS DOM creation. Got it. Oh my god, that's crazy. So hold on. For Mongoose ODM, right, this thing called Memory Pager is made by the dude who is like the CTO of Blue Sky now, which is crazy. So that's kind of cool. Where even is Memory Pager? Ah, right here. Interesting that it shouts out Paul instead of Macintosh there. Huh. Is Mongoose still used? I mean, if you're doing MongoDB stuff, I would assume so. What would you use instead of Mongoose? Interesting. Yeah, Matteo Colina does a lot of stuff. Oh, and when you highlight it, even shows the things that they contribute to. Oh, interesting. That's probably just because less people are using Mongo. So I guess here's my question. How do I actually run this? Waterline? Okay, so that's the thing from sales. Got it. I always forget about sales. Okay, so it's more of like a generic ORM that would work for MongoDB. Camo? Interesting. I don't know if I would use camo myself. Like weekly usage just doesn't scream, hey, I'm widely used and battle tested. Meanwhile, 4 million weekly downloads. I would probably just use Mongoose if I was doing MongoDB stuff. But, you know, up to you. I didn't look at Waterline's NPM stats. Waterline has some downloads. Yeah, I'd still use Mongoose if I was doing Mongo. Must they have their own? I guess they have their own driver. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so keyword lens result is not going to have that. And it's not going to have keyword ID either. So let's do this. Is this jungle music? I don't know what the thing is. It's meant to be something related to something Faltermeyer made in the 80s. I don't know. I think for the most part, a lot of like techno is classified by its tempo. I don't know what tempo this is, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, we probably still want like an is red value on the keyword lens results. Yeah. This isn't your first time here. You've definitely seen that same font before. And yeah, lack of a follow. Seems a little trolly. All right, so what are they complaining about here? Ah, that would be it. Okay. It's just a font, dude. Either learn to live with it or move the fuck on. We don't need you as a viewer if you're going to be weird. Okay? How's it going, Keck? What you up to? It's good. We're just making sure we're doing our data fetching right. Weird they messed up the formatting so much. There we go. I see why I messed up. That is a super long... super long method name. I'm okay with it though. It's a bit much. Let me get more music going. I know, exactly. The method name is a comment. Problem solved. What's up, Moshiko? Exactly. We play this song all the time, Gek. Do exclamation point song. Okay, so I think we fixed those. Lens result controller still has some bugs. No way. I don't believe that one, GJ. How do you track your time talking to your wife? Do you just mean like time spent on the phone or something? Because, yeah, like phone talking doesn't count. But yeah, sure. Or phone talking counts, but that's not like the whole number, right? Okay. Um, yeah, so we need to get these specifications right. Hold on, what are they complaining about up here? Yeah, I guess we're not going to have an empty response, so we don't need that. Okay, and yeah, so this isn't actually a complete query as well. What we want to do here is a bunch of joins. So yeah, we want the keyword event and the keyword event content. I think it did just nail it though. But right here we want lens result is red. Is that what we put here too? Which means Yeah. So technically, so we drop that table, and we need to add the is red to lens results. All right, so then we generate that, and we go back up to here. And we got to add that keyword. Or not keyword, but that field. So yeah, default false. But that also means that keyword lens result controller does need an update endpoint. What's up, Majid? How you doing? Here for the music? It is some solid music. All right, I don't think this is actually accurate, but we'll let it complete what it can for the moment. All right, so yeah, path parameter is red is not in there. Okay. So the only thing they're allowed to update is that one field. All right, so now we need to get into keyword, create keyword lens result params. And this is totally wrong. So the properties are Hey, Sabine, welcome back again. Thank you again for the raid. So, yeah, you may have left yesterday before I kind of like showed what I'm working on, but I'm also doing like a social media tool with AI stuff. Like, could you describe yours a bit more? Because I'm wondering if we're building like the same thing. And if so, that's fine. It happens. You'll probably do something different that makes it worthwhile, like compared to what I'm doing. But welcome in, Raiders. There we go. There's that shout out too. And yeah, welcome, Raiders. So the thing I'm working on is to listen for keywords on social media. And then the feature I'm working on right now is we're going to use the idea of lenses to filter through those keyword matches a little bit better, right? So matching on a keyword, if we're matching on the word foot, in fact, let's go look at keywords, right? So foot without the word ball and shoe without the word sock. And now we've got some bugs, of course, because I killed the server. But the idea being we could listen for at least those like compound keywords of this but not that. But it's still just a regular expression. So now we're working on a way of doing LLM filtering of those events, right? So solving the haystack a bit better. And we're doing more than Blue Sky at this point. We're doing Hacker News and Lobsters as well. But yeah, I'm curious how these projects overlap. But if you got to get going, Sabine, I totally get it. Time zones, they're tricky. But yeah, so the part I'm specifically on right now is we're creating the endpoints for lens results, right? So it's the events that we get from a keyword match are a baseline, but then lens results are specific to each lens, and we need to be able to create those because we're doing WebLLM instead of like OpenRouter or something. And we'll switch to OpenRouter eventually. I crunched the numbers, and it's actually not going to cost that much. But for the moment, I still wanted to prove out the idea of WebLLM, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we do. And yeah, what's up, Blake? How you been? I've been well. But yeah, just chilling. Yeah, having a good old day. I'm gonna have to do this though. Ah, shit. There we go. The Australian social media ban rolled out last night. What a crock. I mean, isn't it just for children? Eh, so yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so here we got to do the update. All right, so then updating, you can't update the confidence, but you can do the is red value. Oh, that was weird. 95 died for a second. That was strange. Let me get more music going. Okay, so let's go through this and look again. We need the update in there. And the rest, I think we got. So then, yes, listing all of them, right? List keyword, lens, results, response. Yep. Yep, that one was off. Yep, those were off. All right, that looks good. Cool. You think it's okay, especially today, you read an article that social media is harmful for impressionable minds, early onset of ADHD. It's good. They should be out playing and enjoying life. So GJ, was that actually the ADHD thing? Like, I thought it was more like tablets are harmful for impressionable minds and early onset of ADHD. And tablets doesn't necessarily imply social media. Like, basically giving kids electronics too young. I said social media? Maybe I read a different article? Maybe it is social media. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, that implies that social media is actually a good source of news. Like, nothing prevents kids from accessing proper news using Discord, etc. Right? Like, is Discord counted in the social media ban? Yeah. Is Reddit? Reddit is. Okay. See, I guess it is tricky. But I don't know, like the amount of like misinformation that is super easy for a rogue party to throw out there on social media, it's at least more nefarious than the effort it takes to sway mainstream media. I disagree. Like all the bullshit propaganda coming out of Russia, right? All the accounts on Twitter that have been outed as coming from other countries. But that's what I'm saying. The cost for misinformation like that is way lower, so it's easier to influence. Yeah. Need to mute that. This young generation is very smart. Are they though? Like, I would push back on that too. Like, their reading comprehension is far lower than previous generations. Their ability to form whole sentences is lower than previous generations. The smart people, right? The smart kids of this generation are smarter, but the idiots are way more idiotic. Like, yeah. Around going around systems in place? Yeah, sure. That's kind of always been the case. All right. So I think we've done what we needed here. Let's double check it. And hold on. What are we complaining about here? Okay. Yeah. So that part we can get rid of. The hard work and patience is out the door. Yeah, exactly. Yep. We're talking about averages, not outliers. And yeah, attention span is extremely short. This has increased dramatically in recent years. Yeah. But I remember basketball came out, right? And they're like, you kids these days with your Zima, hula hoops, and Pac Man video games, attention spans today can only be measured in nanoseconds. And it cuts to Reamer looking at a bird. All right. I hear you, dude. All right. Can we regenerate what we're building? All right, so the lens here is all right, so we've got a lens. We're able to create lenses so far. We're able to update. Cool. Cool. All right, so we didn't break any of that. All right, so then we'll create the lens. Okay, so hold on. Yeah. So we'll just fetch experimental features fresh every time. Oh. Hmm. So hold on. Let me look at data fetching. Right. Okay, so it's on the selected org, and the user can refresh that. That's right. So I don't need to fetch it. I was forgetting that part. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. Oh, and I just remembered an issue that I wanted to add. We'll put it here in the to-dos as something near the top of the list. Show a warning for right. So show a warning for unsupported webhook domains. Unplug tried to use the webhook notification to set up Discord. That won't work. What other platforms should we warn about? Yeah, so after we get lenses done, I think we'll want to do that because, yeah, the process that someone went through was they wanted to create a notification, but they tried to do Discord, but instead a webhook, and they generated a secret key, but they pointed out that Discord doesn't allow those secret hooks or like that secret key. Like that's not part of their process. So yeah, like this part here, they tried to do to get stuff into Discord, and that's just never going to work because Discord has very specific payloads that they expect, right? And they'll never have the same secret key. So yeah, like none of this would work. But I could show someone when they're trying to create or edit the notification that if they're putting in a URL we can't support, we could let them know right then and there. So I think that would be a good fix. You like it? Thanks. Yeah, we're just using neo-brutalism. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Okay, so no user would be able to turn those on without doing or without us enabling it. So I'm okay shipping these features for now. One thing I think I'm realizing is that I'm going to want to be able to associate I'm going to want to be able to associate notifications with lenses too. I think that's like an extra step. That'll be what we do when it eventually becomes open router based. Yeah, okay. So let me add a task for that. Right, so we still need to have a run command for lenses created after events have occurred. Okay. So yeah, let's go back through and keep creating these things. All right, so we get that back going. All right, so we'll push that up. But we have a whole bunch of unused things. Oh, and this one has a bunch of stuff we're not using. Get isn't it get reset? I always forget how to undo latest. Undo latest commit. Reset soft head. That's it. Okay, cool. So that pushed up. Okay, cool. So we're getting that up there. Now we can start in on the WebLLM stuff. Oh, I'm going to say we could probably hop into a beverage. And I need to go grab my slippers because my toes are getting a little cold. So I'll be right back. Grabbed me some more water. Think of those buffalo chips. They are super good. But yeah, let me put these sleeping bags on my feet. They are pretty nice. All right, grab a quick handful of these. Yeah, they are a solid deal at Costco. All right, let's pour a beverage. Boy. And yeah, I did a good bike ride today. Indoor bike ride, but still better than nothing. So my legs are feeling it. Like 5.5 miles. No big deal. I need to bump that up. It's only about 20 minutes of riding. So yeah, I need to start getting in like a total of a half hour at least. If I could start doing like a whole hour, that'd be even better. But yeah, little by little. All right, so we'll get dev up and running there again. And how do we like this beanie? This is actually a new one. It's a slightly like off red. But yeah, it's another one of the new ones I got. Last one was actually fine too, but whatever. All right, so we're back up and running. And hold on real quick. So, Lake, are you still out there? Did you come in on the raid from Sabine's? Like, I guess I'll just have to watch Sabine's VOD. I was just curious, like, how much our projects overlap, though. Oh, and that part was actually done. This part is in progress now. All right, so I'm just reordering things based on the order in which we'll probably get to them. Ooh. So yeah, I think one fix I need to do when we're creating a keyword lens event. No, hold on. Here we go. So when we're creating this, keyword lens result params. Hey, what's up, G? How you doing? In a little bit. Oh, I don't think I have seen the little bouncy thing on here before. Where did that come from? Yeah, what overlay was that? That was weird. Right? Did you guys see the little thing that was bouncing around the screen? I don't even know where that's coming from. Couldn't be that. Yeah, that's super weird. Oh, Twitch alerts. No, but that's small. It's just right there in that corner. Could it have been the drop game? I don't think it was Flick. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Oh, it must have been the drop game. Because, yeah, it was slightly off center. Interesting. So bits actually trigger the drop game? I don't think I knew that. Yeah, I forgot I had the drop game even enabled. Huh. Mr. Mister. Is that like the band? Right? You gonna take these broken wings and learn to fly again? Boom, boom, ba boom. Yeah, it'll be stuck in your head all day. You're welcome. It'll be stuck in my head too, so thanks. Yep, exactly. So I did publish WebLLM wrappers, right? 180 downloads. You've never listened to that song at all? So you don't know the lyrics? But baby, it's all I know. Sorry, I do know the lyrics. I do know the lyrics. You never played GTA Vice City? It was one of the better songs on the soundtrack. Oh, okay, so you're old enough. Did they do a remaster? Oh, okay. Yeah, they did a remaster. I'm guessing you didn't mean the remaster because it's only 2021, so I feel like you're not still in middle school, right? You're in high school now. First year of college, right? I don't know. I'm bullshitting. We're having fun. You got chills thinking about your first year in high school? So you said you were at a middle school. That was probably only sixth and or, no, that was at least seventh and eighth grade. Did it have sixth grade as well? Because where I went, we had junior highs, and junior highs had seventh, eighth, and ninth. So I'm guessing middle school, right? Your first year in high school was actually as a freshman, as a ninth grader, right? Which actually sounds harsh. Like at the high school I went to, it was only a 3-year high school. Okay, so yeah, like I found that always kind of interesting too. Like some middle schools either like they stop at 8 pretty much every time, but whether they start at 6 or 7 is like up in the air still. I've always found that kind of interesting. But then if you're at a junior high always has ninth grade. But I think it could still go down to sixth if they wanted. So yeah, it's just weird. But yeah, makes sense. I feel like middle school is more of an East Coast thing. So I don't know a single middle school out here on the West Coast, but really I only know Washington. You had middle school in California? Okay, never mind then. Yeah, so four-wheel, that's exactly what I'm saying. Right? Like, that's the exact pattern I'm talking about. Elementary versus grade school, same difference. I guess is the difference between grade school and elementary the fact that grade school doesn't have kindergarten? Because I think most of my schools in elementary always had a kindergarten, even on the East Coast. Oh, your elementary school even had preschool. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. So, yeah, later tonight, in about 2 hours ish, we're going to be ending this stream and I'll be hopping to gaming because tomorrow I have Seattle JS, so I can't game with Wormbane and James, but they are available tonight, but not Thursday. So tonight we will be hopping into some Borderlands 4 on the gaming channel. So that'll be fun. Yeah, I do find that interesting, the fact that. So wait, hold on. Kenny, your school. Oh, okay. So grade school is considered K through 12. So is that really like a thing where like grade schools are in like much smaller towns? Is that the gist? Because the high school I went to had 2 junior highs that filtered into it. They actually split the junior high I was in like at the end of 7th grade. So then starting 8th grade, like basically like half the kids at the school ended up going to like a different junior high. Oh, that's fine, Mr. Mister. Yeah, thank you for the follow just now, but I have a separate gaming channel. So that's also why you've never seen it here. Organically, that channel peaks at like 10 people. So, yeah, it's a different vibe, different crowd, just different thing. Oh, Kenny. Well, wait. You're saying K through 12, though. So wait, I guess Kenny, I misunderstood your comment of yours had K through 12. Do you just mean preschool wasn't included? Yeah, I would say like K through 12 is grade school, right? For sure. And then there's like the chunks. Oh, okay. So you're just saying like they didn't include the preschool part. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen many schools doing the preschool part. As far as I remember, preschool was always like something that parents paid for separately. Like, is preschool a publicly funded thing? I guess I don't remember my preschool that much. Yeah, a lot of the daycares for kids end up doubling as a preschool. Yep, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what I was familiar with as well. Man, I remember in elementary school, this must have been fourth grade. Our art teacher was so cool because she listened to Candlebox. Looking back at it, yeah, Candlebox is super cookie cutter, but it was still modern cookie cutter. And I didn't realize they were a religious band until way later. But they still got one good song. Yeah, what's the Bill Hicks quote? It starts out where he's like, yeah, if you don't think drugs have done good things for society, I want you to go home and take every CD, every record, every tape you have and burn them. Because the musicians that have made that music that has enriched your lives throughout the years are real fucking high on drugs. We All Live in a Yellow Submarine, they had to pull Ringo from the ceiling with a rake to record that song. Hey, Ringo, Yoko's gone. We can party again. And then there's a bit like, and then what about musicians against drugs? Boy, they suck. Ballless, soulless suckers of someone's cock. Every last one of them. He does go off on like some really like gnarly stuff after that bit. But yeah, Bill Hicks, one of the greatest comedians of all time. He's just so fun. Like there's so much to it, you know? No, 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 no. I am not talking about country music, Four Wheel Gator. Are you kidding? Dude, Merle Haggard did some drugs. No. No, we're talking about shit like Wham. We're rock against Coke, drink Pepsi. That's a direct Bill Hicks quote. He is literally talking about Wham. Yeah, way worse. Like, dude, like old country, old Americana, that shit was punk. Woody Guthrie, or Arlo Guthrie, I always mix those two up. One of the Guthries had This Machine Kills Fascists written on his guitar. That shit was punk. For the era, right? The dude that wrote This Land Is Your Land, This Land Is My Land, right? That dude had This Machine Kills Fascists on his guitar. Country and Americana has roots in punk culture before punk culture existed. Yeah, modern country is just pop. It's just bullshit pop. That's all there is to it. And in fact, at this point, it's rap for rednecks. I'm not talking hip hop. I'm talking rap. Like, you know, money this, money that bullshit. Not all drugs are good. Some of them are great. Is that a Bill Hicks quote? I don't remember that one from Bill Hicks. Yeah, modern country is rap for rednecks, for sure. Which is why Beyonce was able to bust into country so easily, you know? Like, as far as a genre goes. Doesn't mean she was accepted by the rednecks. So, hold on, the bread. I think you're saying, like, not everybody's going to have a good time on drugs, but I had some great times on drugs. And then he goes and he starts talking about, like, the time that they did acid and went out in their father's talking car. We opened the door. The car said, "The door is ajar." We sat on the side of the road thinking about that for hours. Why'd they put a jar on a car, man? It got so bad a cop even pulled up behind us with his lights going. We thought we made it to another club. He taps on our window. We're looking at him through the side view mirror. How tall are you? And then, the side mirror started melting. Quick, put it in the jar. Like, that's just good writing. That's just solid writing. Bill Hicks was one of the greatest. Here's another one. Y'all remember when Yul Brynner, right? After he died, he came out with that commercial, "I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now." Well, shit, what's he selling? So he goes on, he does that. But you know what? They could have done that commercial for anyone. They could have done that commercial for Jim Fix. You remember him, the health nut? Ran 15 miles a day, ate nothing but tofu and nuts. Yeah, died had a heart attack while running. Right? He used to be jogging, like, Yul Brynner would pass him at 6 a.m. in his limousine. Jim was just waking up. Yul Brynner was still partying from the night before. Jim sitting there thinking, "Oh, Yul, one of these days, that life's going to catch up to you." They're both dead now. Could you imagine if I came out with one of those? "Hi, I'm Bill Hicks, and I'm dead now. Smoking didn't kill me. A bunch of angry non-smokers kicked the shit out of me after a show. I tried to run. They were faster than I. I tried to hide. They heard me wheezing. One of them even smelled me." And that harkens back to a joke he says at the beginning of the bit, where it's like, people come up to me, "Hey, Bill, you quit smoking, you'll get your sense of smell back." I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back. Is that urine? I think I smell a dead guy. Hey, honey, look, someone peed on this dead guy. Like, he weaves his jokes in and around each other in such a good way. Like, it's really good. The king of the callback. Every time you hear door jar, you think of Airbus and one of its callouts. Cannot say on Twitch. Gotta love double meaning. Okay. Okay. You had an aunt who lived near the Long Island dump. That quote has a whole new meaning. Oh, I bet. Oh, dude. No. Yeah. Twitch TOS. I get it. I get it. No worries. All right. So we have installed WebLLM and our wrapper for WebLLM. So at this point, we're actually going to discover if our LLM stuff is any good. Ooh. Okay, just saw a bunch of stuff over in a thing. I just need to pass on a quick work thing. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. And hey, what's up, G-Bone? Mr. Sir? Sorry. If Twitch actually enforced their TOS, half of just chatting channels would be banned. Very true. Yeah, still not worth the risk. You can always DM it to me for Wheel over in Discord or something. That way I can see it and I could just say it out loud. But not a big deal. And hold on, G-Bone. And a show with everything but Yul Brenner? Wait. G-Bone, what was the context of that? Yeah, sorry, G-Bone. Yeah, I missed that context. That's on me. Yeah, how you doing, G-Bone? I will say, if you can make it, the holiday party for Seattle JS is tomorrow. Yeah, I said Yul Brenner, for sure. But yeah, like, what is that quote from? And a show with everything but Yul Brenner. Like, what is that a reference to? I don't know the quote. I'm guessing it's a reference to something. Yeah, I just wanted to throw it out there, just in case. Ah, yes, I see. So yeah, the call out on Airbus aircraft for applying the brakes upon landing is R word, R word. Yeah, thanks, Four Wheel. I get it. And I can totally understand. Oh, that was in that song, One Night in Bangkok? Oh. I didn't know that, G-Bone. I guess I need to listen to the lyrics to One Night in Bangkok a little better. And hold on, Falco, they're the same artist that did Putting on the Ritz, right? The cover. They also did that Putting on the Ritz cover. Dude, Falco's better than I give him credit for. All right, so yeah. Back to the plan. And yes, that was them. All right, cool. Just double checking. But yeah. Real quick, Seattle JS, super good. They've got the December holiday party, so it's just a hangout session. But yeah, if it's hard to make it there, I totally get it. No worries. I just feel like we're so close, and we've still never met in person. You know, not like figuratively. I mean, like literally. You know. Man, I've actually considered moving to a couple places kind of like in this area. I think that'd be a really good move. Last couple years, you've been a hermit. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I want to be walking distance to Pike Place, even if it's a few blocks. I can bring a cooler, you know? So then I can get like the freshest fish, the freshest crab legs, like all that shit, you know? The freshest lobster. The amount of food nearby would be insane. Like the quality of Indian food would go down because the best Indian food in the area is actually just a block or two away. Thanks, Microsoft. But yeah, like honestly, I'd love to live in like this block because I don't know, like I really like there's like the venues. Hold on. The Crocodile is a music venue I really like. There's another one that's just down the street this way that's really good. You lived in Belltown for a short time? Yeah, I'm considering Belltown for sure. Like, there are very few places on my short list of like where I would actually want to live in Seattle. Belltown's one of them. I could do Fremont. Fremont wouldn't be too bad. I just feel like Fremont took a major hit like during COVID, and I don't think it's come back. Like with Browers being closed, that shit's insane, man. Like, dude, Browers, that was such a fucking like staple. It was such like a fixture of Seattle, right? Browers being closed blows my mind, and it's not a good sign for Fremont, you know? I don't think I'd want to live in Capitol Hill. But here's the thing, living in Capitol Hill wouldn't be too bad because then I'd always have a parking space. And I kind of really like that idea. So honestly, like living in Cap Hill could be worthwhile, even though it'd be loud as shit. If I could get a place with air conditioning in Capitol Hill, then I wouldn't ever have to like fight to find parking. And then I could just like Uber around to the other places or walk even, you know? I did have a friend that got mugged walking from like Pike Place type area up to Capitol Hill, which is a little gnarly. Like I don't want to victim blame him, but man, like the moment he described like the situation going weird, I would have been sprinting. Fuck it, catch me, you know? They're not gonna shoot you for running away. It's not worth their time. It's not worth catching a fucking charge. You haven't gotten mugged yet at work, but could happen at any time. Yeah. But yeah, earplugs solve the loud problem. They do not. Not when your ears are as waxy as mine. I can't do earplugs. I can't do anything that I stick in my ear other than like buds, you know? And even then, the buds get gross over time. So hold on. Wait, we were talking Candlebox earlier. What's like the one good Candlebox song? Anyone remember it? Is it Cover Me? I think that's it. Yeah. Because it's got like a major religious reference. Yeah. I have super waxy ears. Yeah, exactly. Nope, it's not that. Fuck. What was the one good Candleback song? Is it Far Behind? Is that the one I'm thinking of? '94. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that fucking song. That's them? Oh, I didn't realize that was them. I fucking hate that song. No, so Not Far Behind. Is it You? Yeah, no, I don't know what the good song was. Maybe I'm misremembering that they had a good song. Yeah, I hold on, wait, no, is this it? 10,000 horses? No, yeah, I don't know. Nah, that's some shit music. Nah, I think we're good. I could have sworn there was one that was all right, but I don't remember what it is now. Yeah, no, they suck. Wait, hold on. Maybe it's Change? Man, boy, they sucked. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, no idea. Fuck it. No, yeah. They're just trying to, like, bite the Seattle grunge scene. The fact that they're even called metal is insane to me. Hell no. Yeah, I don't fucking remember. Yeah. I could have sworn there was one that was all right, but I don't remember what it is now, so I'm going to say it never existed, and that's just a Mandela effect happening. But yeah, so let's get more synthwave going. That just sounds way better. No, definitely not. They are not metal. They were just stealing the Seattle grunge sound. Yeah, I don't remember. I swear there was one that was okay. I feel like the word heavy or something was like part of the lyrics. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think it exists. I made it up. Memory, what a fickle beast. And memory these days, so expensive. Now, and dude, this dude is super cool. This dude's super fucking cool. I think it was just funny seeing him just randomly. Now, hold on. Am I more famous than Paul? BM Griffing. No, I'm not. I only got 55 stars. Is this things that I've starred? Oh, yeah. This is things that I've starred. Okay. No. That's fine. That's fine. He's at 2.4K, so he's still ahead of me. Shit. One of these days. I do need to update my photo everywhere. I was hoping to get like a really good one out of JS Nation this year. Just didn't happen. But okay, so yeah, closing some shit. And yeah, the WebLLM thing. So I guess that's a big part of what we were doing with the WebLLM stuff, right? Like we were doing it per library, but we didn't actually fine tune our readmes for when we publish the packages. So that's really on me. All right, so we do see some queries spiking to 20, even 30 milliseconds, sometimes even spiking as high as 60. That's kind of shitty. Yeah, I should definitely start wiring up Sentry at some point. I still want to do it till Zeeg fucking pays me. Which I'll never do, so what do I do in the meantime? Right? Prime and them are getting all that fucking sweet Sentry cash. Where's mine? I want Sentry cash. Even if it's in dollary dues instead of dollars, I'm okay with it. Just give me some of that sweet, sweet Sentry money. But then I'd have to start disclosing it and doing all that bullshit. So yeah, I think we all know I'm too lazy for sponsorships. But yeah, what's up? How do I pronounce your name? Is it Leet speak for panic? Or is it just Nick? It's just Nick. Okay. But you're the 64th one. All right. I get it. I get it. Yeah, how you doing, Nick? What are you up to? We are sipping on some Sazerac rye. I haven't been a big rye fan for a long time, but it's actually quite good. It's better than I thought. I think I've just had some worse ryes. But you're doing good. You have uni tomorrow and an exam. Oh. Yeah, it's not a bad whiskey. It's a solid one. You are correct. You are a first-time chatter there, the Zen Rift. Your account was created yesterday. Interesting. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Yeah, exactly, Nick. Huh. It's hard to explain. Okay. As long as you're not Mr. Situation X, you're good to go. Suspended on your other account for streaming a copyrighted game? I mean, all games are copyrighted. Are you saying you were streaming a pirated game? And you don't have to dox that. Damn, Nick, that's not a good sign. NCSoft hates everyone who streams Lineage 2. You recently started seeing more people streaming Lineage 2? Yeah, Nick, I mean, university is actually the easy part. If you're phoning in the easy part, you're kind of fucked for the hard part. Right? University is when you should be doing it for real so that you can get all the help you need to ask questions, etc. So yeah, I'm not trying to lecture you, but I'm just letting you know. This is the easy part. On the job, there's no one whose responsibility it is to make sure that you're fucking getting it, you know? If AI can do all the stuff in uni, why wouldn't it in a real job? Because you need to understand what AI is doing. And this is the easiest code you're ever going to produce in your entire career in university. It gets way worse from there. And if you're not capable of doing what you're doing now, you're kind of fucked. I think cursor and AI is fine, but you have to understand what it's outputting. If you don't understand it, you're going to be writing a bunch of slop. And it's not like slop is new in the AI era. Anyone who's been a dev for long enough has dealt with human-made slop for a long fucking time. And boy, those people suck to work with, and they can't maintain jobs because they suck. So focus on building your actual skills instead of letting other shit cook for you. That's what I'm getting at, Zen. Like, you gotta put in the effort now. There is no later. Later, it just gets harder. In university, you have an entire support system to help you understand. When you're on the job, no one wants to be your fucking tutor. Sometimes you can work with a senior who's happy to help a bit, but no one wants to fucking hold your hand, you know? If you're from Europe, university is that thing you get for free. Right? Yeah, I guess I don't understand like where in Europe you're talking about. It is country to country. True. True. Zenrift, you'll never get smart enough letting AI do all the work for you. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. All right, so I forgot. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Anyone? Hold on. Let me read. The Z. Oh, it's not the Zen Rift. It's the Z in Rift. Okay. So it's a League of Legends reference. So am I going to lose you as a viewer when I admit that I am a Singed main? If you want to leave right now, I totally get it. Okay, so yeah, we're both toxic. Well, there we go. Cool. Good to know. I think I need to ban you, actually. Are you going to get banned for saying League of Legends is a waste of space on the internet universe? Everything's a waste when you really want to do that. Who gives a shit, Michelle? They're both fine games. They're totally fucking different. They're both really good fun wastes of time, because wasting time is what we're put on this world for anyway. Firebase advice, don't use it. That's the only Firebase advice I have. Well, which part of Firebase are you talking about? Are you talking about the auth? Are you talking about the database? Are you talking about the hosting? Right? Like static assets? Firebase is now like an all-encompassing term, and I think that's even worse. But if you're talking about the database fucking sucks. The database, you need to lock down your permissions in their own proprietary format and bullshit in a way that will never transfer to something else. And if you are not locking down your permissions properly, anybody using your application can modify anything in the database. For auth, OAuth is fucking easy. You don't need Firebase auth. OAuth is so fucking easy. Implement it once or twice and you're done. Use a proper database, build a proper REST API. This is the entire thing that you've been neglecting by cheating in your college curriculum. Now, most college curriculum doesn't cover this shit anyway, so you got to put in the effort yourself. But by not putting in any effort now, like up until now, you've been fucking yourself, not anyone else. What I'm saying is you need to create a proper REST-like API. The thing you build that API in is up to you. Right? Depends on language, depends on frameworks, all that bullshit. But in general, understand the URI or URL architecture of a REST API. And that's the important part. Don't worry about HDOS or some of the other things that are like strict for something to be called a REST API. Yes, build a proper REST-like API. Because it's not going to be RESTful if you don't have HDOS. But the people who give a shit about that, that's like 0.5% of devs that matter. But I will just say, technically, something is not a REST API unless it is hypertext as the transfer of application state. HDOS. Rust is fine. Yeah, for sure. What are you building, Nick? Right? Like, Rust is only useful if you know that you should be using it for what you're building. If you're building a REST API, Rust doesn't matter because most like REST APIs are just glue to other things, right? Third-party APIs, your database, whatever. And the speed of your glue language doesn't fucking matter. Now, if you're doing a lot of like data manipulation and number crunching, then Rust is useful, for sure. Like, Rust is probably what you should build an API in. Rust is best for anything where you are CPU bound. Most web applications are not CPU bound. Very small parts of it may be, but then you can just build a microservice for that CPU bound thing. Right? Most web applications are networking bound, right? So the amount of requests you can make out to third parties, to your database, to whatever, and the scheduling that accomplishes that to bring the results back to the endpoint that cares about it. So in general, that's why Node.js is so useful, because JavaScript is slow, right? Naive JavaScript is slow. Fast JavaScript is fast, but that requires a bunch of weird bullshit. But slow JavaScript can still make a massively fast server, because most of what the JavaScript is doing is just doing a little bit of data transformation and then doing networking to some other thing. So your glue language doesn't matter as much. That's why Rails and Ruby are still useful. That's why Python is still useful for web applications too. All right, so then, and yeah, hold on. I'll pause the ad. That way we don't got to deal with it. You want to build a website to store data, you need a server with some database. Yeah, MySQL or whatever, sure. To store the data inside. Then you build an API to connect to that database. Yeah, for sure. Because you don't want to grant the browser direct access to your database because you can't trust the user. So instead, you need to build the API as a middleman between your database and the browser, right? Yeah, no worries. And I bet these are things that you could have asked in college. And that's the whole point to being there. Ask questions, get your value from your professors. Just because it's not part of the curriculum they're covering, they are there to do this stuff. That's what they get paid for. So ask as many questions as you can. Well, Z, didn't you just say you're in university? When we're talking about college, college and university are synonymous for most people in the world. Right? You mentioned you're in uni, right? College and uni are synonymous in most of these conversations. Wait, okay, so hold on. Z. Oh, no, Nick is the cheater. I mixed you guys up. That's my bad. Sorry. Brain fart. My bad. Nick's the cheater. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. You guys kind of like joined chat around the same time. So yeah, that's my bad. I'm not hateful. I'm just saying, like, you gotta start putting the work in, Nick. You know? So yeah, my bad. Sorry, Z. Yeah, I'm just catching up on chat to make sure what I didn't miss. And then Nick, yeah, like, you may not cover Rust in college or university or whatever. It might not be a thing. No, that's fine, Nick, right? Like, they're not there. Like, university is the point at which you are given control over your own life. If you want to fuck it up, you can fuck it up. University doesn't give a shit. College doesn't give a shit. If you want to fuck up, they'll let you fuck up. It's not their job to babysit you and make sure you're doing it right. That's your job. So this is the first time in your life that you may be given all the keys to the kingdom. And at that point, how you use those keys, how you use this time afforded to you, that's up to you. And if you want to fuck it up, feel free. That happens. There's a major reason I didn't go to college when I graduated high school. I went and became a snowboard bum for 10 years and loved it, every single moment of it. And by the time that I was ready to actually do the college thing, I focused and I did it, you know? Now, I will just say, like, dude, the piece of paper is necessary. But at the same time, if you don't learn anything, you're still going to have to put in that learning on your own without any fucking safety net. College and university is that safety net. Yeah, exactly, Zach, for sure. Like, I knew I wasn't going to put the effort in college as an 18-year-old. I wasn't going to do it. And I didn't have a grade point average to get into any college anyway, so it didn't fucking matter. Now, I did have a decent score on my SATs, so I bet there were universities I could have gotten into. But I just wanted to snowboard, man. And both my parents were supportive. They were both also, like, they didn't go to college or university for programming. I don't even think my dad has a degree, but they did get into programming at a major level after the fact. And yeah, both of them were super supportive. Like, hey, man, like, yeah, go snowboard. We wish we'd done something like that. Your knees are an expiring resource, whether you use them or not. That wasn't literally what they said, but my mom with her shit ankles and my dad with his knee problems. Yeah, they basically said those things to me without having to actually say it. Yeah, for sure, four-wheel. My dad does too. Like, both of them have major, major accolades and accomplishments in the programming world. The best lesson about programming my parents gave me, anyone can do it. They just got to put the effort in. Most people don't want to put in effort. Nick, you glossed over one part there. If you get your diploma, period. Becoming a junior dev with minimal knowledge is the fucking hard part. Think of how many other people these companies have to choose from. They can just pick someone who put in the effort, who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Why would they give you a junior role when they can hire someone else? Is it really hard? It's supply and demand. It's literally supply and demand. Are you the best part of the supply? If not, there's not much demand for you. Companies want to hire someone who gives a shit. Does your career as a student indicate that you give a shit? That's up to you, man. I'm not saying it's doom and gloom. Nick, on paper you look amazing. In an interview, they can suss out if you're a bullshit artist. Not always, but that's kind of their job. That's kind of their job, to suss out the bullshit artists. If that's the way you think about it, yeah, maybe you got it, man. What part of your university career are you in? How many years do you have left of university? Middle of your second year of a 4-year course. So yeah, if you buckle down and start putting in the effort, I give you a big thumbs up. You're fine. But you got to start putting in the effort. Now, I'll say this. I am a C's get degrees kind of person. For sure. There have been numerous times in my entire academic career where I have done the math. I've calculated, well, shit, I could get a 50% on this final project, or I could get a 50% on this like final test and still pass the class. Cool, I'll concentrate on other shit. Does it mean that I wasn't putting in the effort everywhere? No. But it meant that I was putting in the effort where it mattered, and I didn't necessarily need to like stress about the shit that I could just do and get a C no matter what, right? Like there was definitely a point where I could get a 25% on my final test and still get a C in the class. I ended up getting a B because I got a 90% on the test. Cheat on the stuff you don't think you'll need. Calculus 2 versus like locking in for dev stuff. I don't know, man. I still think it's worth understanding math because getting better at math is just logic problems, and programming is just logic problems in general anyway. Right? Calculus is just following the rules to get specific answers. That's programming too. So if you're fucking up in calculus, there's definitely going to be major parts of programming that you're going to fuck up too. Right? Math is so easy. It's a set of rules you follow that give you a result. You follow those rules, you get the right result. Sounds like programming to me. You shouldn't have to put effort into memorizing things because by doing things, you memorize without putting in the effort, right? The more you use something, the more you do it. Yeah, I think that's the big thing, Michelle, for sure. Right? Nick, do whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't affect me. If you want to half-ass it, half-ass it. I don't care. Doesn't affect me. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Z. It is an account created yesterday. Oh, wait, no. Yours is the account created yesterday. Never mind. I'm mixing you guys up again. Shit. Hey, I mixed you guys up again. That's my bad. Nick, I would say learning for the sake of learning is important. No, it's fine, Z. I get it. No, I wasn't judging you. You can use this channel, like you can use this account. It's not a big deal. And yeah, Gus had something. What are you planning to achieve? Sure. You had another comment too that I missed. And what's up, Archer? Mr. Sir, I'm doing well. We're just hanging out. Z, can you share your project here? Tell you how badly you did with zero knowledge? Nah, this isn't that kind of stream. I'm sorry. What's up? This your first time chatting with that account too? And you've only been following since 25 seconds ago? You might as well have stayed on the other account. I don't know, man. Both are just as suspect. No offense. Just saying. Yeah, barely. This account still screams, yeah, I got my other account banned. And you created it back in 2024. Just being honest with you, man. Use whichever one you want at this point. They're both at the same level of, hmm. I understand what you're saying, Nick. Your ability to learn is the most important skill you need to build. And you don't build that ability by half-assing any of that shit. That's my biggest point, Nick. Your skill that you're building. No, Michelle, come on. That's a shit comment. The thing university and college is there to teach you is how to learn. And if you're going to half-ass how to learn, you're going to only shortchange yourself when it comes to being the job where learning something is important. And how is your ability to learn actually going? Yeah, college is not about the content itself. You will probably not use most of the stuff you learn in college, and that's fine. But your ability to learn is the thing that you will carry through into the rest of your life. And focus on your ability to learn. That's the biggest thing I can tell you. Right? Because the more you build up your ability to learn, the more you can use that for anything in the future. And like that is only what college is there to do. Teach you the patterns for learning new knowledge, right? Teach you the patterns for research and discovering and filtering through all the bullshit out there, right? College and university are only to teach you how to learn, but with further focusing of what you're actually majoring in. What is my opinion on ARAM? ARAM's fun. I do play it from time to time. Unplug. Are you here in chat? Because I don't necessarily want to type it over there. Yeah. Universe teaches you how to learn on your own, right? They give you the things that you should learn, and then they let you research and figure it out, and then they quiz you on how good was your self-driven learning. That is the entire point of college and university that I think a lot of people miss. They're not a vocational school to teach you the skills you need for a job. No, they're there to teach you how to teach yourself for those skills for the job. It's to teach you the process of research. Right? It's to teach process, not in like specific knowledge, in my opinion. Is that a good YouTube short? It probably is. Yeah, I'll at least, I'll put it out there in my Trello board. The point of college/uni. right? Yeah, I like that. Would I pull it from this stream? I don't know. Yeah, I think like a lot of the shit we do on this stream and like the way I have things framed is actually just not good for YouTube Shorts, but I would happily record a short specifically for these things. So that was a great point. I think you are dead on balls accurate. I think you were totally right. That would make a really good YouTube short. And it's not something that would be unique. Like, dude, so many people have said this shit already. But you know what? That's the nature of content, especially on YouTube. It's not about the content you make, it's about when you make it. Will junior interviews mostly check if you know the university content or a lot to learn yourself? Junior interviews are going to check on like how thirsty and curious you are. I think in the most part. That's at least my opinion. I don't know. I haven't done a junior interview for fucking ages. Yeah, right? Like character and learning. So yeah, like your university background doesn't matter, but how you approach learning things, especially from university, is something that you can bring to the interview process later, right? And if you answer truthfully, well, yeah, I half-assed most of the shit in university because I didn't think it mattered. Do you think that's a good way to come across in the interview? No, so you're not going to be honest with them. So already you're putting on a mask. And when you wear those kind of masks, it's really easy for the mask to slip. So instead, could you just be honest? In that, yeah, you put in the effort and this is how you learn some shit. That's a way better story to tell. And there's no like tells that you're going to have because it's the truth. Right? So instead, just think about how much you're going to have to bullshit in an interview and how much you're going to have to keep up the bullshit in the interview versus just being able to tell the truth. They might, but the moment the mask falls off, that's a fucking problem. Like, dude, there are 1,000 people here who are probably better liars than you. Not here, but like applying for the role that you're going to get. When does their mask fall off? That's not your problem. Yeah, it's hard to fake an interest. It's actually way harder than you think to fake an interest in things. You know the easy way to hang out with those kind of people? Be genuinely interested. Then you don't have to worry about your mask slipping or any of that bullshit. Just be genuinely interested in what you're doing. Are you going to hop into an interview at some point and someone's really interested in calculus? If you put in the effort, you can have a conversation with that person and you're way higher up in the running. No matter what, just most things are worth effort. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Gus. I'm not sure how that one relates. But I do think in general, yeah, like it's hard to fake genuine interest into a thing. Right? Do you think you could actually like fake being interested in snowboarding and I wouldn't be able to call you out as a weekend warrior or a fucking bullshit artist? There's no way in hell. I can spot a weekend warrior who's only ridden 20 times in their entire life real quick. Does interest equate to knowledge? No, knowledge is easy. Interest is something that you can't just get. I don't give a shit how much they know. If they're super fucking interested, that curiosity is something you can't fake. Zach, I'm calling you out as a bullshit artist right fucking now. I'm like, damn, dude. Make sure I don't ride the chairlift with you because you're taking me out. Like, dude, you're gonna fucking knock me the fuck down. Hopefully, my skill as a snowboarder is I push out before you do your shit. I either wait to see, like, are you pushing out early or are you waiting behind? And I'll do the opposite. And that's where my experience comes through. Zech, it's just simply your stance is most likely not conducive to pushing in front. If you have a greater than, let's say, 30-degree front foot, then yeah, pushing in front makes a lot of sense, because on a skateboard, when you're pushing with your leg in front, your leg that's on the board, if you're regular, is almost forward in that case. And then you hop back on the board and it pivots. You don't have that pivot on a snowboard. Right? On a snowboard, your front stance, statistically, is at like 15 degrees. That is not how you have a skateboard stance when you're pushing foot in front. Right? So that's what I'm getting at. It's actually incredibly fucking awkward to not shift your leg forward when you're skateboard pushing, right? So if that angle of your foot has to stick at 15 degrees, pushing in front feels super fucking weird and it's super awkward and you're going to take people out. If you're over 30 degrees, well then, all right, yeah, foot in front makes sense. No, I'm not talking about tilt. I'm not talking about the high back. I'm talking about your angle of the binding in relation to your edges. I'm talking about your binding angle. Most people have a binding angle of around 15, and then they'll like adjust as they see. But I'm talking about like the angles on the board in relation to your like toe and heel edge. I'm not talking about the high back, because the high back's meaningless. Who gives a shit about the high back? Right? When you're pushing on a skateboard, the angle of your foot in relation to the edges will shift to basically straight, right? 90 degrees when you're pushing. You can't do that on a snowboard. So yeah, foot behind is basically the one true way. Now that said, it's super fun to do foot in front and act like a fucking kook from time to time. That's always fun. Yeah, I can do some foot in front shit that you'll be like, damn, is this his first day on the hill? Yeah, I can do some foot in front shit that makes me look like a total fucking kook. But if I'm going for control, yeah, it's foot behind. All right, and real quick, just summing it up. What else? Yeah, we were talking about snowboarding, so I got distracted. For an entry-level role, an interviewer prioritizes interest and character, how much content they remember. It's not about what you remember, Nick. I would say it's going to be passion. It's going to be other shit. But if you can't make it to a year plus in your first role, other companies are going to pick up on that. So, how much are you faking it to get the interview? And then how long are you actually going to last with that facade? You should probably put in at least 2 years at your first job. If you get cut before that 2 years, or you quit before that 2 years, it's not a good sign. Until you have other shit to speak for what you're capable of. And that's job experience, that's your portfolio, that's whatever. A really impressive portfolio can make up for a lack of tenure. But at some point, if you can't make it past 2 years at any job, that's a huge fucking red flag. Yeah, there you go, iReal. Yeah, actually thinking about what the company does, right? Yeah, that's a big point too, for sure. But okay. So hold on, I do have to go pee. Hey, Da Vinci, Mr. Sir, I'm sorry, I have to use the restroom, so give me a second. BRB. BRB. Alrighty, and I'm back. Sorry for that. Had to pee real bad. Um. Okay. So yeah. How's everyone's day going? Shit. We're at 5:30. I got at least a half hour left. Oh man, my humidifier is totally fucking up. Let me fix my humidifier real quick. You'll hear it as I'm unclogging my humidifier. Humidifier totally unclogged. There we go. All right, hold on. Did I miss any other comments? What do we think about the new tab split screen in Chrome? I haven't even seen it. Are you seeing that I still need to do like a finish update thing? Yeah, my Chrome is typically out of date. It's a thing. All right, so we actually installed the WebLLM libraries into this application. What we need to start thinking about is what state needs to be global versus what state needs to be component specific. Oh, and I missed your question. I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad, JD. Yeah, I saw you come in and say hi. There was a bunch of stuff. I'm curious, like, yeah, my bad. I saw your hey. Oh, your other one went under the wire. Did you rephrase it, though? Okay, no. Let me scroll up and find it. Yeah, I just saw it. So you'd like my opinion on something for a talk that you're writing, and you want an honest opinion if I'm willing to give it. Yeah, dude, just say it. Nah, dude. No. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry I missed that question, too. You can say it here, you can do it in the Discord, you can do it wherever. Like, yeah, I'm down. Honestly, like, I just unclogged my humidifier. I'm down for a chat. What do I think about Drupal? It's not anything I've ever used, so I don't know much about it, but I do like the fact that they started embracing some of the common libraries, like the request response thing from Symfony. I believe Drupal ended up doing too, right? At around the same time, Laravel did the same. So I think, yeah, Drupal has grown up in a major way that I really like. But this is 10-year-old information. So that's the last time I've even thought about Drupal, really. Why developers don't choose Drupal and what you can do about it. Oh, yeah, no, I think, where would this be a talk at? Is this for like a PHP conference? Is this for like DrupalCon? I don't know if that's a thing, but yeah. Like, is it like a Drupal specific thing? It's at a Drupal event. And is it a conference? Like, how many people are expected to be there? If it's a meetup, I would say, dude, have at it. See how bad the feedback you get is. And take the conversations that will inevitably happen afterwards and, you know, adjust your talk accordingly. But honestly, I could see that at like just a general PHP conference too. Regional conference, 100 to 200 people in Florida. Probably going to be your 2026 talk. Sure. Yeah, yeah. It is a Drupal specific event. I think it would be a great talk. My only question would be, have you chatted specifically with the main maintainers? And I would solicit their feedback if possible. You're doing cool things. You're the only ones who use it. Sure. All right. Okay. I don't know. I would still solicit feedback from the people that you think might get offended by it. Right? That's like core maintainers, I think. Okay, bitplane. That's some good feedback. So let me reread that. Yeah. You haven't used Drupal itself, but every CMS you've used is abstractions over key value pairs in a database, frameworks where the frame gets in the way of the work. Sure. Okay. Yeah, and most CMSs are that way. Like, can you think of a CMS that isn't that? So then, yeah, you've talked with those people, and the general response was they loved the idea. Well, dude, yeah, that sounds really fucking good then. I would still say like it should go bigger than Drupal. Right? Propose this to like broader PHP conferences too. But making sure to make it like a unique talk. So maybe you paraphrase this part and then think about the broader ecosystem, etc. Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking like every conference organizer wants the talk that you're giving to be unique. And that's a big thing. Like, they massively care about that. They won't tell you that always to your face, but they massively care about, like, is this the first time you've given this talk, or are you just going on a tour? You know? And they don't want, like, the people going on a tour. I would say, like, meetups are a good place for, like, the tour kind of talk, you know? I don't know if I've seen any of your talks. Yeah, sorry, JD. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm the worst. I'm a streamer, right? I'm a tech streamer that really just doesn't watch tech streams in general. I make YouTube videos about tech, but I just don't really watch YouTube videos about tech much. You know? Like, I'm kind of a huge hypocrite. And yeah, I don't know. In the same way, like, when I go to a conference, I don't normally give a shit about the talks. Like, right? So I give talks at conferences, but I don't necessarily give a shit about the talks. Right? Like, so I'm like the worst at this. Like, dude, yeah, when I go to a conference, I don't care about your talk, man. Let's hang out and chat. Let's have a drink. Let's chill. Yeah, like let's just hang out, man. Like if you gave a good talk, you're going to talk about your talk anyway. Like let's just have that as a chat at the bar later. Like yeah, I don't need the talk. I think I'm good. I could see it on YouTube, but again, back to problem number two. I'm a YouTuber that doesn't watch YouTube videos about tech. Right? Like shit. So I'm not going to go rewatch your talk. I'm not even going to rewatch mine. Yeah, I don't know. I will admit that is massively hypocritical. I don't know. I don't want to like min max presenting, if that makes sense. You could definitely min max all of it, right? Like what makes a compelling talk? How long do you spend on each slide? Blah blah blah. Like you could quantify and enumerate so much of what makes a compelling talk. But then at that point, like, I don't know, it kind of loses the magic. I don't want to break it down that way. It's why I kind of refuse to learn chords on guitar. Nah, man, I'll pluck at this thing until something sounds cool. I just find it more fun that way. Snowboarding. I've never taken a lesson for snowboarding in my life. No, dude. No. Yeah. No. Like, never. iReal, you thought Drupal was Python. That's funny. There you go. Honestly, yeah, quote that, screenshot that shit. That's actually not bad. Turn on timestamps if you can. No, that'd be good. Yeah, I would screenshot that if I were you, JD. Like, yeah, that sounds good. All right. Anyway, yeah, I'm like slacking, but yes, let's think about how we bring WebLLM into this. Last Drupal video you saw was 2014-ish? Oh man, they've moved so far beyond that. Yeah. Dude, that becomes so much more like modular and like they're just using parts of like the PSR stuff. Like they're a major part of the framework interop group conversation every single time. Like it's really cool how they've actually evolved. Would I use Drupal? No. It doesn't fit for anything that I do. But that doesn't mean that it's not useful, right? In the same way, like Next.js doesn't fit for anything I do. But if you're doing e-commerce, yeah, Next actually makes a lot of sense. So yeah, no worries, JD. I think the conversation that you prompted has value. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I can't think of a problem I would use Drupal for that I wouldn't probably just reach for Laravel for. But I don't do that much PHP. It's been a long time. And back when I was building APIs with PHP, I just used Symfony directly. I mean, I remember WordPress too. Like, I did a bunch of WordPress shit. And happily will do more. I think it's actually fun the way you can structure plugins these days. It's pretty cool. But yeah, so the WebLLM thing, it's gonna just be on the lenses page for now. God, we are massively like, not lenses, events, right? This events page is getting gross. Right? Like, look at our stack of state. It's like 30 lines with good formatting. It's probably 20 bits of state. How many of these are actually data fetching based, and I should have just been using React Query the entire time? Touche. Yeah, I don't mind refactoring the UI towards React Query at some point. I think that would be valuable. I just don't think it's necessary at the start of an application. Right? You don't even know what this application is yet. Don't shoehorn yourself into like one data fetching mechanism. But at the same time, like, couldn't you? And you could. I don't know. Yeah, data fetching use effects. Big red flag. I get it. There's certain things you just want to trigger based on, but yeah, React Query has the triggers to refresh the cache too. Right? Like it's the same array that you would pass to do the use effect part. They're proxying that for you, but they do it better. Yeah, it's the right move. Just not today. And then hold on, sorry, JD, you had one more big thing. I was like kind of in a thought, so I just kept going. That's another part of your talk. PHP is dead is something you've heard from every non-PHP dev for the past 11 years, but guess what? It's still making lots of money doing PHP. Yeah, no, like, dude, Laravel, I would say, JD, Laravel is a big part of the PHP is not dead movement, right? Like, is there a single other ecosystem in the PHP world that would be making that voice be heard? No. So, like, in my opinion, you can't give a talk about any of that stuff without at least acknowledging the goodwill and effort of Laravel. And in my opinion, I think that helps like bridge a gap. It's not the Drupal versus Laravel community. It's not this tool versus the other. It's what problem are you solving? Do you want to build a CMS from scratch? Or do you just want to use Drupal for that? And then you can fetch that data from Drupal into Laravel for your like rendering bullshit. Boom, problem solved, right? Like headless Drupal. That could totally be a thing. Yeah, Laravel streamlines a lot of the process. For sure. Like in a majorly cool way. It's a well put together framework. Yep. But yeah, I don't know. There's nothing it does that you can't just do otherwise with just more code. Like, I've built Symfony APIs before Laravel was the hot shit, and it was fun. Like, it's a lot of the same patterns. Laravel can hopefully help you do that with less code because they've written most of the other bullshit. Yeah, no, that's what I'm getting at, JD. I think if you're going to do a Drupal talk, and part of it's even going to be related to the whole PHP is dead thing, you have to shout out Laravel for making Laravel be vocally not dead. Or not Laravel, like for PHP being vocally not dead. Yeah, sorry, brain fart. Yeah, words. But yeah, I don't know. I think those two things are intricately related, and you don't have to listen to me, and you know you're like Drupal community better. Would mentioning Laravel as good be like shots fired? You know your community better than me, so do whatever you want there. You know better. I'm just saying. I really like the bridging the gaps between communities approach to all this shit. It's like when Andrew McLean was at Dev Cycle, and what was it? Right? He hosted this like feature flag event for just all the other feature flag companies. Because it's, dude, yeah, different companies, but same team, right? We're team feature flag. More people are using feature flags for the right purposes, right? You can use them wrong, sure. But for the right purposes, everyone should be using feature flags. And the more people that use them, the more the entire group is lifted up. So yeah, I really like that just like rising tide lifts all boats approach to any of these like framework style discussions or tools or whatever. I gave a talk at Git Merge where, yes, I was hyping up GitLens, but at the end I was like, hey, and we're working on some stuff. You guys are working on some stuff. We're trying to make the lives better for our users. And that's just more important versus like, well, they're a competitor. Dude, I'm a really bad marketer because I do not like the whole competitor approach to thinking about things in tech. So I'm a really bad marketer. Is what it is. Yeah, PHP leveled up enough. Like, for people who haven't seen it, there's the PHP 5 to 8, I think was the video. And it was YouTube. Is it PHP annotated? Yes, it's this dude. Yeah, this is the best video. And I will happily like attribute whatever part of this live feed goes to this dude because they recognize it, because he deserves it. It's fucking amazing. Right? He's showing some PHP 5.6 bullshit. Sure. Right? A lot of boilerplate. Ugh. Gross. And then, right? He turns it into PHP 7. So you can remove a bunch of the boilerplate bullshit. But wait, there's more. PHP 7.1. Gone. All right, so hold on. Now we go from 7.4 or 7.0 to 7.4, 7.1, sorry, to 7.4. Here we go. Boom, 8.0. Look at how much other bullshit just got removed. Easy, done. Boom. Nailed it. Fucking done, dude. Right? So the effort they've put in to reduce boilerplate is pretty amazing. Boom. Right? Like that's a language that listens to the people using it, which is pretty fucking cool. Right? So yeah, really good video. Let's link to the proper source. And he does it within just a couple minutes, right? It's a 2-minute long video, right? So cool. So yeah, there's the link. Very awesome video. I feel like I haven't met this dude, but I know some other PHP streamer that's like, oh yeah, PHP annotated. Like they know him. So like I think I'm like 2 degrees of separation. So yeah. Small world shit. But yeah, awesome content. Low levels, man. He does a really good job of explaining this this really technical stuff. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going. Hmm. All right, so I'm going to hard code any of the model and engine stuff. And yeah, instead, okay, yeah. So LLM engine, blah, blah, blah. Why do I keep hitting that period symbol? All right, so yeah, we don't have any errors there for that yet. Ooh, and we are at 6. Right, so yeah, it's Borderlands 4 time tonight with James and Worm, but we want to leave a good leaving off message here, and then figure out who we go raid. You know, so yeah, we'll snooze the ad, I guess. Sure. But yeah, so leaving off. Modal should have a cancel button, sure. All right, so yeah, this is our plan for tomorrow. So we imported WebLLM, and so it's not tomorrow. Yeah, no, tomorrow's workday. What is Messijo? It's the product I'm building. If you do exclamation point project, that describes it. But yeah, so we imported WebLLM, and now we need to use it in the app. It'll be tied to the run button that someone clicks, and it'll spawn a modal that shows the progress of the lens result parsing. And this might be where we uncover some flaws in our data model. But I wanted to do things in like smaller commits, so yeah, we can change it as needed. No big deal. But then, yeah, so the modal would also need to account for asking permission to download. Like the modal, not the model, the modal would need to ask permission to download model weights. And the modal should have a cancel button, should also stop processing anything when closed. That means it even stops like the download of the model, right? So yeah, there's like a significant like state mechanism that we should probably build into a component. Rather than putting all of that logic into here. So yeah, instead we'll have a lens modal content component or something. Yeah, that could be doable. All right. Yeah. All right. So that's our process, our thoughts for like what we do on Thursday. And it's going to be all about just like the WebLLM part. I believe, we're probably going to have some fixes for the back end because we haven't tested the lens result endpoints yet. So there'll be like bugs and fixes for that, sure. But the majority of what we're doing is going to be the client-side wiring of WebLLM to run a lens over things and filter them accordingly. I think it uncovers that there's an endpoint we're going to need. Like a list of events. Oh, yeah. 100%. List of events. Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's another bit to what we got to do. Yep. Yeah. All right. So that is our plan for Thursday. Who do we go raid? Let's go play some games. I want to play some Borderlands 3 or 4. The new one. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let's go raid Frozer. Let's do that. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go see what Frozer's up to. Did he just get another raid too? That might have been part of it. I don't know for sure. But yeah, Frozer's a good dude. So yeah, we're gonna go raid into there, and I will be over on the gaming channel. Right? Exclamation point, griffing, and chill. Or exclamation point gaming. No, it's just griffing and chill on Twitch TV. Sorry, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. I mean, it's like I unclogged my humidifier or something. I don't get it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll be back on Thursday. I go 5 days a week. I don't have any meetings tomorrow. I'm actually tempted to stream tomorrow. We'll see how much like work I get done. It would be like a shorter stream though. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I do want to work on this more. But anyway, see you over on Frozer stream later. Cheers.